Call the Senate to order. Mr. Clerk, please read the roll.
Right. Barnett, Barrett, Beckman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingame, Frazier, Harkin, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCollum, McDaniel, McLendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Pope, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Spard, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner, Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will the senators and guests in the galleries please rise for the invocation given by Senator Hillman Frazier, will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Senator Parks. Senator Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. President. Somebody prayed for me. They had me on their mind. They took a little time to pray for me. I'm so glad they prayed. I'm so glad they prayed. I'm so glad they prayed for me. Our mothers prayed for us. Our mothers prayed for us. I'm so glad they prayed for us. Our Father in heaven, we come to you this hour, thanking you for answering the prayers of those who prayed for us. You taught us in James that the effectual fervent prayer of the righteous man availeth much. We acknowledge that we are serving the people of the state of Mississippi because you answered the prayers of those who prayed for us. We thank you for the opportunity to serve, but we ask your forgiveness for the many times we have come up short of your expectations. We ask your forgiveness for the many times we have substituted our way of thinking for your sound judgment. You made it clear to us when you said, trust in the Lord with all thine heart, and lean not unto thine own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy path. If we just meditate on you, meditate on your word, and blot out the political rhetoric and egos we encounter every day, you will direct our path in making correct decisions that are pleasing to you and you alone. I lift up the members of the legislative, executive, and judicial branches of government in the state of Mississippi and in our nation's capital. We are seeking your guidance because my mama, who raised me just a few stones throws from the Capitol, told me that if I would just have a little talk with Jesus, he would make everything all right. My mother also told me that if Jesus can't fix it, nobody can. So we're here today, Lord Jesus, to have a little talk with you. Asking you to guide the members of the legislative, executive, and judicial branches of government as we attempt to do thy will. If we have stumbled and come up short during this 2020 legislative session, please forgive us and give us an opportunity to make it right again. Father, once again, thank you for choosing us to serve our great people. Let us remember that you did not send us to the State House to serve as Republicans, as Democrats, but as children of the Most High. Let us never forget that we can't serve two masters, for either you will hate one and love the other, or you will hold one and despise the other. We must make a choice. Let us always remember that we have been ordained by you to serve your people in this position of public trust. Let us always remember that we can't serve two masters. That is why it is important for you to guide us in the decision-making process. Give us the courage to do the right thing always. When we're pulling in different directions, give us the courage to do what's right. When I look at Washington, D.C., I realize that our U.S. senators and congresspersons don't have the answers to the problems we're facing today. When I look at Washington, D.C., I realize that Chief Justice Roberts and the members of the Supreme Court don't have the answers. When I look at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, I realize that the occupant of that house does not have the answers to our problems. When I look at my home state of Mississippi, I realize that our governor, our lieutenant governor, and our speaker of the House, and our chief justice don't have the answers to our problems. I pray for our Governor Holzman and Speaker Gunn and their inner circle of advisors. I pray for our committee chairs and the rank and file members and our hard-working staff members and their families. Please protect them, bless them, and give them godly wisdom. My mom often would walk through the house singing a song, lead me, guide me along the way. For if you lead me, I cannot stray. Lord, let me walk each day with thee. Lead me, O Lord, lead me. That's why I'm asking you today, Father, since we're sinners, mortal beings in this position for public trust, we need your divine guidance. I ask you, Lord Jesus, to lead us and guide us along the way. And if you lead us, we cannot stray. Lord, let us walk each day with you. Lead us, O Lord, lead us. Lead us past the rhetoric and agenda of political parties and special interest groups. Let us pass the partisan politics and seek and destroy. Lead us past the feeling of hopelessness and despair that so many of our people are feeling right now. I know that if we open our hearts to you, leave our egos at home, and get out of the way, you would guide us, and our people will be blessed. As I go to my seat, I ask you to give each of us traveling grace as we head home to see our loved ones. I thank you for protecting our families while we were here away, completing the task that you assigned to us. Let us all remember that the decisions that we make can be a blessing or a curse to your chosen people. Let us always remember that if we work together in harmony and turn the reins over to you, all your people will be blessed. Thank you for allowing us to serve. This is my prayer. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Senator Frazier. Thank you, Senator Parker. We'll go to introduction of guest. Introduction of guest. Senator Polk. Just 1 second. We have no introduction. I'm sorry. We'll go back and do our waivers. Reading of the journal. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the journal.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Message and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Committee reports. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next, the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions. Recognize Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Thank you, Senator Polk. Introduction of guests again. Introduction of guests. Seeing none, we'll go directly to the calendar. Senator Hobson, you're recognized. Senator Kirby is not here. I'm sorry, I don't see Senator Kirby. Maybe. Okay. Senator Kirby pass and retain his first four, number 1 through 4. And we go to Chairman McMahon passes, and then now Chairman Hobson. So we're back, Chairman Hobson, we're on number 6, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we skip items 6 through 9 on today's calendar and go to item 10 and have the title read.
6 through 9 retain their place on the calendar. Item 10, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1538, appropriation Department of Health for ARPA Drinking Water and Rural Water Associations Infrastructure Grant Programs.
I move that we adopt the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Polk to explain.
Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the appropriation for the Department of Health for the ARPA Drinking Water and Rural Water Association Infrastructure Grant. This is $300 million. This is the anticipated bill that we passed several weeks ago. We had $350 million in that, but in the negotiations with the House, we upped the counties and cities to $450 million and moved this to $300 million. If there are no questions, I'd like to use the morning roll call for passage.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? There should be a course voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Hobson. We're on number 11.
As we skip items 11 through 20 and
and have them retain their place, go to item 21 on today's calendar and have the title read.
11 through 20, retain their place on the calendar. Number 21, Senator, you're recognized. Mr. Clerk, reads the title.
Senate Bill number 3056, appropriation additional to the environmental quality for the Mississippi Water and Wastewater Infrastructure Act, ARPA funds.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Polk to explain.
Senator Polk, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the appropriations bill for the cities and counties' water infrastructure bill. This is including sewer, stormwater, and potable water, and it's a $450 million appropriation to cover the expenses of that program. If there are no questions, use of the morning roll call for the conference report approval.
Questions? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? I'm sorry, do we have questions? Senator McMahon, for what purpose, sir?
Just one quick question. Is it still a dollar for dollar match, or did we break that, or is the final conference report in tiers where some small municipalities don't have to have the dollar for dollar match, Senator Polk?
Any community that got less than $1 million in their ARPA funds will get a 2-to-1 match, and any city that got more than that will get 1-to-1.
Thank you for your work. I know this has been stressful. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McMahon. Senator Sparks, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
You for a question, Senator Polk?
I do.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Along those same lines, is the 450 the total sum, or is the 2-to-1 match capped at some amount?
We have a $50 million pot for that.
Okay, so it's still first come, first serve for those municipalities for 2-to-1. And then one final question. Assuming I'm a small municipality, I basically should apply for both, because if I get the 2-to-1 pot, that's what I want, but if they run out of money there, I would want my application in the other pot as well.
The way I understand this is when you apply, DEQ will look, and if you fit the 2-to-1, you get 2-to-1. If not, you get 1-to-1.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sparks. Other questions on the bill? Conference report. Other questions? Seeing none, the Senator has requested use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be called as voting no? Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you. 22, Chairman Hobson.
As we skip items 22 through 25, have them retain their place, go to item 26 on today's calendar and have the title read.
22 to 25, retain their place on the calendar. Number 26, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3062, appropriation additional to DFA Bureau of Building, ARPA funds.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Polk to explain.
You recognize, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the appropriations for the DFA Bureau of Buildings. As you know, in our ARPA funding, we identified several buildings that are in the state, and with our institutions of higher learning and other entities that need some work, and this will be for that work of primarily infrastructure. The total amount will be $217,250,000 for the projects, and I can enumerate each one if you like, but if not, I move that if there are no questions, use of the morning roll call for passage.
Okay, Senator Branning, for what purpose, ma'am?
Just a quick question, please.
You for a question, Senator Polk?
I do.
Yes, Senator Branning is recognized.
Thank you, Senator Polk, for yielding and for your work on this bill. Do you know if the monies in this for the community colleges are for any new construction, or are these for just rehab of existing facilities?
This is rehab primarily of infrastructure.
Thank you.
Senator Sparks, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator.
I do.
Senator Sparks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill originally had $366 million in it. Is that correct?
I don't remember the exact number, but it was more, yes.
Okay. And as I compare the original Senate bill to conference report number 2 and conference report number 3, it appears that we went from $366.9 million to $217.25 million in total. the community colleges started out at 32.5 million. Is that 32.75 million?
I believe that's the number.
And we're currently at 12.5.
Correct.
And there were several questions that were asked on the floor that day, because this is the circumstance where some of the community colleges got, for instance, one of mine got 3.25, while another one of mine got 1 million. And after doing a lot of research on this, I understood that these community colleges were offered the opportunity to present projects to DFA, Bureau of Buildings, based on guidance from the ARPA subcommittee, and that's where those awards were granted. Is that how you understood that number came to be?
That is correct. Those were applications received or requests received, and BOB went through them and identified the most needy.
Okay. And so we're in a situation now where we've gone from 37 million to 12.5 million, and that money is not earmarked or assigned to any institution. It is simply $12.5 million that the 15 community colleges can apply for, and the language says critical infrastructure needs. Is that how it's drafted? Okay. So the community colleges who applied earlier will have to reapply and hope that theirs is viewed a critical need.
I don't know necessarily they have to reapply, but the BOB will have to go back through any applications. They may request that the community colleges send new ones in, but whatever the process will be logistically, they will have to review all the applications again and determine which ones need the most work.
Okay. And I reviewed.
Okay. All right. Let me say what we just talked about there. There's a substantial amount, over $40 million in other bills through CapEx, other appropriations that will give the community colleges quite a large sum of money to do rehab and work with.
And I appreciate that, and I believe this money is intended for infrastructure, and a particular project in my district is dealing with sewer that runs underneath a football field that is in disrepair, and wastewater. Now, I also know these same institutions applied for this ARPA money for touchless water fountains and touchless toilets, which I do not find to be critical needs of infrastructure. So I hope the Bureau of Buildings is literally looking at critical needs, because we've kind of gone from the position of having money granted and somewhat counted on to now seeing that number cut. Couple of other issues in this bill. We had money going to our state parks that appears to be cut in half.
It has been cut in half, yes.
Is there an intention of coming back next year with more?
Yes. Okay. And Chairman, there are other bills with other monies for the state parks, but to answer your question, to be able to fit everything in the program that both the House and the Senate felt important, we did have to cut this part of the budget. And it is our intention in my conversations with the House members that we do hope that the leftover monies we have will be able next year to maybe at least equal what we're doing right now. No guarantees, but it certainly was part of the discussion.
And I cannot express to you how much I appreciate the work that you and the committee that was put together to do this. I do like your first version better. And one other thing I'll point out, state parks was cut, community colleges were cut, but the largest line item in this bill is the Department of Corrections at $80 million.
That's correct.
They were not cut.
They were not.
Are they going to be able to spend $80 million this year?
Well, I wanted to make sure when we were discussing with the House what to do, As you know, the critical needs of our corrections department is such that Department of Justice is looking over our shoulder. And we felt like that's having this money available, if nothing else, would prove maybe to outside entities that we are committed to doing and improving our correction system.
I understand that. They also got $45 million more in their general budget this year, so $125 million. At some point, we've sent all the signals to DOJ we can send, but it is concerning that that's the one we didn't cut, but all these other items we have.
Understand completely.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sparks. Other questions on the bill? Other questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senators request use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to report it as voting no? Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Senator Hobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we skip item 27, go to item 28, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please, 27 retains its place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read the title on 28.
4, appropriation additional DFA for the MAICU grant program ARPA funds.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Polk to explain.
Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the appropriations for two different entities. First, it's a $10 million appropriations of ARPA funds for the Mississippi Association of Independent Colleges and Universities. And then it's also a $10 million appropriation for the K through 12 independent grants program. On the independent colleges, it is based on the population of the college or university. Primarily, a full-time equivalent student will count as 0.1. A part-time student will be a 0.5, and an online student will be a 0.25. We will do all the math on that, and that's how this appropriation will be dispersed. If there are no questions, I'd like to use the morning roll call to pass the conference report.
Okay, questions. Senator Norwood. For what purpose, Senator?
Question, Mr.
Are
President.
you for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator Norwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Polk, is there a formula for the, you said $10 million, and we have, I saw the colleges and universities, I think what Belhaven, Russ, Tougaloo, Millsaps, and now the high school. Are these independent high schools as well?
Yes, that's a separate appropriation that's in this bill, K through 12 independent schools.
Okay, do we have the high schools listed as well? I'm trying to.
There's no particular list that's in the bill. I think there are around 98, close to 100 schools that would be eligible for these funds.
And but there's no formula, does it have anything to do with enrollment or anything like that, or it's just first come, first served? Thank you, Mr. President. I understand that they didn't understand what I was saying. The question was,
There's an association of these independent schools. Through DFA, the disbursement will be recognized through that. They will assist in how those funds will be dispersed.
okay, and basically they're going to be for building improvement,
It should all be infrastructure.
all infrastructure. In the new facilities,
And as far as I know, it's not for new facilities. It's for repair and maintenance of infrastructure and other ARPA-approved projects.
And all of this DFA would oversee all of this as well?
They are the ones receiving the appropriation to disperse.
Now, do these grants have the same, dead date as 2026?
Yes, they are ARPA funds. They have to be allotted by December 31st, 2024, and the funds must be spent by December 31st, 2026.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Polk.
Quite well.
Senator Sparks, for what purpose?
Question.
Were you here for a question, Senator?
I do.
Please proceed, Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is this conference report number 2? Is it at the top? Can we look and see if that's number 2? Because I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right one. Okay. As I understand in the question that Senator Norwood asked, the second 10 million, so there's 20 million in this bill total.
That's correct.
And the second 10 million is for private schools.
Independent K through 12s.
Okay. And you were asked about the breakdown. Did you say there were 98 such schools in the state?
I understand they're between 98 and 100, somewhere in that number.
Okay.
And where this kind of originated, if you remember back during the CARES Act funding, this type appropriation was made, and that's where the numbers I'm getting are coming from.
Okay. But in Senate Bill 2780, which is better known as the transfer bill, Section 12 addresses this particular money and program, and it allows for a maximum amount of $100,000 to any eligible independent school under this program. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So if there's 100 schools and a $100,000 cap, that just so happens to equal 10 million. So we're giving $100,000 to every school with no criteria.
Well, you could give less, but that's the max.
Okay, but 100,000 times 100 gets me to 10 million.
I'll check. I trust your math.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Blunt. Senator Blunt is, and let's go to Senator Boyd. Senator Boyd, you're recognized for what purpose, ma'am?
For a question.
Were you for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator Boyd, you're recognized for a question.
Senator Polk, we also gave, I believe earlier, tax credits to these same schools, I believe in the amount, earlier we passed this through under the Children's Promise Act, did we not?
I believe that's correct.
Okay, and those tax credits, how much, do you remember how much, close to, I believe it was close to 9 million a year, was that correct? 10 million a year?
I do not remember, but
Okay, so this is a grant program where I'm not seeing a lot of criteria, I'm not seeing really a lot of accountability. Is there more accountability and criteria than I'm kind of seeing in here?
you're probably right. Whatever was in the bill as criteria, that's where we are.
Okay, all right, thank
This
you.
just appropriates the funds.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Senator Hickman. For what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Yes. Were you for a question, Senator Polk?
I do.
Senator Hickman's recognized.
Senator Polk, Section 2 of this bill, was it added in conference?
Repeat the question.
Section 2 of this bill, was it added in conference? Is that an addition?
Yes, that was not in the original bill that we passed here in the Senate.
Okay. And this sets up basically two separate grant programs, is that correct?
One for private colleges and universities and one for independent K through 12s.
And we kind of spoke on this yesterday, you and I, and I think the ARPA gives us the ability to fund this grant, but did we have to create this grant system?
We did not have to do anything that we've done in the ARPA program so far. There was some leeway, there were some restrictions, but this was, as we can determine, ARPA approved funding for education.
And so back to one of the questions I asked. It's one for Mississippi Independent College and University, one for independent K through 12 schools, but this is two separate pots of money and two separate grant programs.
That's correct.
Mr. President, I have a point of order at the appropriate time.
One moment, please. We have one other question, and we'll move to the point of order. Senator Seymour, for what purpose, sir? Senator Seymour passes. All right. Senator Fillingane, for what purpose, sir?
For a question, Mr. President.
You for a question.
I do.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm curious, the students who are enrolled in these schools that you're outlining being able to give these monies to, are they Mississippi students?
They are Mississippi schools and Mississippi students.
And do their parents pay taxes in the state of Mississippi?
Many of them do.
And do you know whether they receive the benefit of the monies that would normally be paid through taxes in the local public schools that they're not attending?
If they're not attending the public school, then that is a student that we're not having to spend state dollars or federal dollars on. They're private dollars at the private institutions.
And doesn't it therefore free up monies in public schools to be spent on students whose parents are also paying taxes, but who are choosing to take advantage of those public schools?
When you have students that are in private situations, it does relieve some of the burden on the public school as far as school student population.
Of course. So I just want to thank you very much, and the chairman, for seeing fit to make a way for some of these parents to get some sort of benefit from the taxes they're paying to the state of Mississippi. I really appreciate that.
Thank you. Senator McClendon, for what purpose, sir?
Question, please.
Were you for a question, Senator?
I do.
Please proceed, Senator McClendon.
Thank you, sir. Senator Polk, thank you so much for all your hard work on all these ARPA funds. Could you, the title MAICU, what does that stand for?
Mississippi Association of Independent Colleges and Universities.
Colleges and universities.
Correct.
So if we were going to give 10 million to private school, high schools, don't you think we should have a title that says given to Mississippi Independent High Schools?
Well, I'm not.
Or does this seem deceitful or camouflaged in any way?
I don't see that it was tried to be camouflaged. It's, as you know, our drafting attorneys assist in writing all the bills, and this is the way they styled it.
Okay. Senator Hickman, you had a point of order, sir.
Mr. President, I actually have 2 points of order. One is to the germaneness of Section 2 in this bill, and the second point of order is whether Section 2 violates Section 69 of the Constitution, which says you can't have two appropriations in one bill.
Your first one is Section 2, I'm sorry?
Whether it's germane
Whether
to...
Section 2 is germane to this bill. Okay. And then your second one, sir?
Whether this violates Section 69 of the Constitution, which says that you can't have two appropriations in one bill.
Okay. One moment, Senator. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Senator Hickman, thank you for your points of order. After consult with the attorneys, your first point of order is not well taken. Under Rule 24, it's all paid to the Department of Finance and Administration, so we believe that to be all in one bill. On the constitutionality, the chair is not going to rule on that matter. I feel very uncomfortable in ruling on the constitutionality. That's something the judiciary does, and I would encourage you, if you have that feeling, to seek judicial remedy. Thank you very much. We'll move on. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. If there are no more questions, use the morning roll call for final passage.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
I'd like to speak on the bill.
For your recognized to come forward, please. Senator Simmons. For what purpose, sir?
After Senator Sparks, I was just going to request a roll call, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you very much. And anyone else? Okay, Senator Sparks, you're recognized to speak on the bill, then Senator Polk to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the Lieutenant Governor, Chairman Hobson, and Chairman Polk for addressing ARPA, for holding meetings, for bringing in interested parties, and I think for getting $8 billion worth of ask for $1.8 billion. And they worked really, really hard. And they sent a bill, a Senate bill, 3062, to the other end of the hall with $366 million of ARPA requests for state buildings, DFA. This is MDOC, 80 million. This is parks at 55 million. Community colleges at 32 million. IHL, all these things are state public property. And over the years, whether malfeasance, underfunding, or straight up theft, we've not kept some of our public buildings up to snuff. So now we have an opportunity to do that. And we send this bill to the other end of the hall, and it comes back $150 million lighter, and now 3064 has $20 million in it for private schools, private colleges. I want to support good fiscal stewardship, but as it relates to Section 2, it's just a $100,000 grant to 100 schools. That's $10 million. And I just referenced $20 million being cut out of the community colleges under the original bill that we sent to the other end of the hall. I can tell you where my $20 million is. It's in 3064, and I'll be voting no.
Senator Polk, you're recognized to close. Senator Turner Ford, for what purpose, ma'am?
Point of order.
Please proceed.
Mr. President, I believe that the conference report is in violation of Joint Rule 25.
I believe we looked at that right just a second ago, but I will do at your point of order. So your point of order is, please, ma'am, would you repeat it for us?
That the conference report is not properly before the Senate regarding pursuant to Joint Rule 25.
We were just discussing that. One moment, please.
We don't have to jack it, sir.
Okay, Senator Turner, thank you very much for your point of order request. Upon review of the report of the conference committee, it contains no code sections. So 25 of the joint rules do not apply, and your point of order is not well taken. So, Senator Polk, you're recognized to close, please.
Mr. President, I'd like to move that we recommit this conference report for further study.
Motion to recommit. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Polk. Senator Hobson, I've called you like 6 names. I apologize. Senator Hobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 12 on today's calendar.
Motion is to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we're on 12. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1599, Appropriation, Archives, and History, Department of.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You recognize Senator Hobson to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a conference report that we passed yesterday, I think, or day before. It's all running together, but I think it was yesterday. And we had $12 million in a fund that was going to be utilized for historic sites in Mississippi. 2 of those are Native American sites, one in Natchez, one in Tupelo area. Another one is the Jefferson College, historic Jefferson College. There were some concerns about the, I think it's the Encana project, in Chickasaw project in Tupelo. So what we've done is actually, we had 12 million, we reduced the fund to 8 million, leaving in the 2 historic sites in Natchez. We've got 5 million pulled out into the separate, I think we put that in the DFA bill, which is yet to come. $5 million towards the Encana Foundation, Chickasaw heritage site. So everything else is the same as what we passed already. So that's an explanation of the conference report. I'll yield for questions if there are any.
Questions on the conference report? Seeing none, we're ready for a motion, Senator.
Motion is adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present, Blunt. Anyone else? Anyone else? Bill passes. Thank you, with Senator Blunt voting present. Senator Hobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 18 on today's calendar.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Number 18, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3002, Appropriation IHL General Support.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is what I consider the big bill for IHL, the general support bill. And it includes the typical items we've discussed: health insurance, salary progressions, operational expenses. Operational expenses are $15 million. We've got $70,110 for additional expenses for the charter school board. We've also got our R&R. We built in, again, some of the bond projects, if you will, and the R&R projects into this. We've also included several specific items, and I'm going to go through those. We've got $3 million dedicated to Mississippi Valley State for roof repairs. They've had significant water damage and need some roof repairs on campus. $5 million is going to the USM Ocean Enterprise Ocean Technology Center down on the coast. We've got $1 million going to technology transfer at our 4 research institutions, technology transfer and entrepreneurship as it relates to federal Department of Defense research. We got $1 million going to the Haley Barber Center for Study of American Politics. I may not have that name exactly right, but it's going to be housed at Ole Miss. Ole Miss has a $25 million, $15 million going to healthcare and biomedical research, and $10 million going to an early education program and center. Alcorn has $1.5 million going for STEM programs, science, technology, engineering, math programs. There are EEF funds used for operational expenses throughout all 8 institutions. That total amount is $8,500,000. We have 2.478 million going to Delta State. They've got a great aviation program, and they need to keep up. That's a real, banner program for them in our state. And so this will be allow them to purchase some training planes and also a jet simulator. They're trying to keep up with some of the other universities, especially Auburn, I think, is one of their competitors on that. So that will help them advance their aviation program. We've got $12 million going to Mississippi State for repairs and renovation at the Kinesiology Hall, Blue Hall, and the High Performance Computing Center. MUW has $2.5 million going to their nursing program. We've got $3 million going to renovations and expansion at the Dave Whitney Center at Alcorn. We've got $5 million going to Jackson State for dormitory repairs and renovations, and $165,000 for the Alcorn State Poultry Science Center. That's the changes and additions to expenses. The total amount for IHL overall, is $1,372,215,065. The general support portion of this is $340,447,794. That's an explanation of the conference report. I will yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion.
Move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Unanimous. Thank you, Senator. Senator Hobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we move that we suspend the rules to go back to item 11 on today's calendar and ask that the title be read. First of all, move to suspend the rules.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you.
Senator,
Item 11, Insurance Department.
please read this.
I think we did 12, Archives and History, 11.
We did 12 already, sir.
Yeah, item 11.
Item 11. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1593, appropriation insurance department of.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've covered this one before. This is one we recommitted also, and the change was made, and the reason we had to recommit this is because of the wind pool bill that Senator Michelle explained last night. So we had to readjust the funding of the insurance department. The good news for the fire folks is that we actually added $1 million. We got $4 million coming from the Rural Fire Truck Acquisition Assistance Fund and the Supplemental Rural Fire Truck Fund or the Annual Fire Fund. That was $3 million previously. We got $4 million going to that, and then we've got the same $2 million going to that Rural Fire Truck Matching Assistance Program that I discussed yesterday that gives the rural areas a better match rate. The overall budget for insurance is $13,358,204, and $13,078,204 is the general fund portion. I'll yield for questions if there are any. If none, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call. Questions? Any questions? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none. Bill passes. Unanimous by use of the morning roll call. Senator Hobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 19 on today's calendar.
Motion is to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on item 19. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3024, appropriation revenue department of.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is Department of Revenue's budget. We've got the usual health insurance, SEC squared. We did add $952,098 for the medical cannabis enforcement. We also reappropriated the funds. Y'all remember earlier in the session we put in, I can give you the exact amount, $3.6 million roughly into DOR for the medical cannabis enforcement so they could get started. But we reappropriated those funds and we added $952,098 for the remainder of next fiscal year, FY23. Also $400,000 to fund contractual services and commodities increases. Those are all the general funds. Capital expense funds, we provided $1.19 million for IT equipment and replacement. Some of that's in-house, some of that's related to some ABC stuff. We added $1,207,375 capital expense funds for facility repairs and upgrades, and some equipment that needed to be replaced, $54,000. We did put in, after discussing the proposal that Senator Johnson and Senator Harkins explained about the warehouse, we talked to the Commissioner, Chris Graham, about this, and the way that mechanism will work. I think they started that March the 1st. I don't recall exactly, but anyway, there would be a transition period on still operating some parts of the warehouse till they could fully transition to a new provider, a contractor that will end up running the warehouse. But that would be $2 million that were needed for warehouse operations, so we funded that with capital expense funds. And then we increased some special funds for a master lease payment, $12,347, other special funds for equipment repair and replacement, and $1 million of special fund authority for them of warehouse operations. That's an explanation of the changes. I think I didn't mention this. The full funding, final action is $74,375,708. The general fund portion is $47,316,431. I'll yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion,
If
Senator.
none, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Hobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to, I think we don't need to suspend the rules because I don't believe we've gotten there yet, but ask that we go to item 35, skip to item 35 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2822, Mississippi Water Infrastructure Grant Program Act of 2022 established.
I move that we adopt the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator Polk to explain.
Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill, 2822, is essentially the same bill that we passed the first time around about a month ago. A few tweaks. The first probably major thing is we emphasize that stormwater is also included as infrastructure along with sewer and potable water. We also added to make sure that utilities, associations that are not governed by the Public Service Commission were available for these funds. Now, if in that situation, those utility districts will still be on the ARPA matching rule, which means the city or the county in which they are headquartered and have their service would have to donate some of their ARPA funds to these associations for the match. That is one thing that has to be done to make sure that they would be able to be matched. Other than that, it pretty much is the same bill we passed. It does have, as you know, $50 million more in it than we had. It does have a 2-to-1 match up to $50 million for counties and cities that did not get $1 million for their own ARPA funds. It does require ARPA funds match for the project. We are allowing Department of Environmental Quality to have 5% of the fund for administration. And that's really about all the changes from the original bill. If there are no questions, I'd like to use the morning roll call for final passage of the conference report.
Okay, questions on the bill. Senator Seymour, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Will you yield, sir?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, in this bill, I don't see where we had added before the utility authorities. Some counties do not have, they have a utility authority and it's not through private municipalities and all.
As I said, we added the utility authorities that don't fall under the Public Service Commission rules.
Okay, so they're covered?
They are covered if they're not regulated by the Public Service Commission.
Thank you.
Senator Jordan, for what purpose, sir?
I have a question, Mr. President, to the chairman.
Were you for a question, Senator Polk?
I do.
Senator
Yes.
Jordan's recognized.
Thank you, sir. Senator Polk, you mentioned that the municipalities who received CARES money, they can have to match these grants?
It's the ARPA funds, and yes, it is a match grant of the ARPA funds.
What percentage would it depends on what the amount is to requires the amount that they must match you with. How much would the match be? It varies with each municipality?
The match will be $1 per dollar of ARPA. That's
$1 per
match. But if your community received less than $1 million in ARPA funds, they will be able to get a 2-for-1 match.
What you mean, 50, okay. If they, let me see if I'm understanding you correctly. A municipality that does not receive $1 million get 2?
Should get 2. We do have a $50 million bucket top. So if we had more communities that needed the 2-for-1 match, it'd be first come, first served till we spent that $50 million. I really personally would find it hard to believe that we would have many of those.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Any other questions? Any other questions? Okay, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Use of the morning roll call and final passage for the conference report.
Roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Senator Kirby, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules, go back to item number 3 under the rules calendar.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Number 3, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House concurrent resolution number 46, Phillip Cameron, Hendry, Mississippi, mosquito and West Nile virus awareness week, designate April 11th through 17th, 2022 as.
I make the usual motion, Mr. President. Make the usual motion, Mr. President.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is one that kind of just fell through the cracks in the Rules Committee, somehow got passed over, but it's dealing with the, as you can read, Mississippi Mosquito and West Nile Virus Awareness Week. And if pretty self-explanatory, if there's no questions asked for use, morning roll call, final passage.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Seeing none, bill passes by use of the morning roll call unanimously. Senator Kirby, you're recognized for a very special announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate. This next one is one that sweet and sour, I guess. But anyway, I'd like to suspend the rules, go to item number 4, Senate Resolution number 63, and ask the title be read.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Resolution Number 63, recognize Jeff Roseman for distinguished and outstanding legal service to the Mississippi Senate as Director of Legislative Services.
Usual motion, Mr. President.
Usual motion, all in favor, aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this one probably shocked a lot of you, but as you can see, we're losing a very good person in the Senate. I don't know that I've ever met a person more dedicated to his job or more professional in every way. We've been blessed to have Jeff Roseman for the last 32 years. He's been a friend, and he doesn't look much over 32, I realize, but he is. But not only is he a great person, and he does a great job, he'll be truly missed, and we all know and wish, we know he'll have a great future, but we wish him the very best in his future endeavors. Mr. President, I ask for you, well, let's first give him a big hand.
Yeah.
I ask for use of morning roll call for final passage, Mr. President.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded voting no? Present. Jeff, we're really going to miss you.
Mr. President, I also ask for unanimous consent to name all senators as co-author on the bill.
Seeing no objection, unanimous consent is granted. Senator Parker, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you for a question, Senator Kirby?
I do, Mr. President.
Senator Parker, you're recognized.
If we hypothetically held this resolution or motion to reconsider until next year, do you think there's any chance that we could convince him to stay a little bit longer?
I've already tried. I don't think that'll work, Senator, but I wish we could.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator
Thank
Parker.
you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Jeff.
Thank you, and congratulations, Jeff. We really do appreciate all your good work so many years. I personally appreciate it. Okay, all right. I think we are Senator Polk. Just 1 second.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess subject to call of the chair.
Subject to call of the chair. And we have some business if y'all would retain your seats. We stand in recess subject to call of the chair. And Senator Kirby, I think you're recognized to come forward. Call the session back and cut on the cameras and whatnot. You ready there, Mr. Clerk? Okay, Senator Fillingham, what time was that, sir?
5 minutes after we recess.
Okay, that will be very shortly here. Senator Harkins, you're recognized for announcement.
Adjourn in memory.
Please proceed.
When the Senate adjourns today, I ask they do so in memory of Rodney Allen Richardson, who passed away last week.
Thank you. Senator Seymour, you're recognized for an announcement. He's got his light off. Thank you very much, Senator. Senator Moran, you're recognized for an announcement. Lights off. Thank you very much, Senator Moran. And we have, I think, about 6 left, and the House has broken for lunch. We have about 6 bills left to do and a couple of others. So we'll recognize Senator Pope.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 1:30 p.m.
1:30 p.m. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Senate come to order. Senator Fillingane.
Mr. President, I move that we recess subject to call of the chair.
Motion is recess subject to call of chair. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senate subject to call of the chair. Senate come to order. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. My apologies to the members. It's one of those days. I would ask that we, first of all, suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 30 on yesterday's calendar.
Senator moves with. Senator, move that we suspend the rules to go back to item 38 on yesterday's calendar.
Item 30. DHS budget.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Any objection? Senator Hobson. Ayes have it.
Thank you. I ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1611, Appropriation Human Services Department of.
Senator Hobson.
Thank you. I move that we recommit for further conference.
Senator moves that we recommit for further conference. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Aye.
Senator Hobson.
I'm working on it, members. I presume the aye prevailed. The motion
I did
prevailed.
say the ayes have it, yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Now, I move that we go to item 34 on today's calendar and suspend the rules, first of all, to go to item 34 on today's calendar, please.
Senator Hobson moved to suspend the rules, go to item 34 on today's calendar. Any objection? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Senator Hobson.
Now I ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2780, State Budget bring forward certain provisions, create the Coronavirus Capital Projects Fund and transfer funds.
Senator Hobson.
Thank you. I move to adopt the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
I'm going to try to explain this bill without boring you with all the details, but this is one of the two transfer bills we have that sets forth the funds for the various projects that have been listed in the other bills. So we've established transfers being made from the Capital Expense Fund of $237 million to the Historic Preservation Fund, and I can give you the amounts if you want them, but they're in relation to what you've already passed or will be passing on the various bills. But it's the Historic Preservation Fund, Ports Improvement Fund, Victims of Human Trafficking and Commercial Sexploitation Fund, Mississippi Land, Water, and Timber Resources Fund, Maintenance Project Fund for MDOT Capacity Project Fund, MDOT Infrastructure Match Fund, the MDOT Emergency Road and Bridge Fund. Also, we've got transfers from the Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund for $65 million being transferred to the Lost Revenue Fund, $55 million, and the Association of Independent Colleges and Universities Grant Program Fund for $10 million. That will be explained in a bit. Also, Section 3 includes the transfer from Capital Expense Archives History Fund to the Mississippi Historic Site Preservation Fund. We got a transfer from the ABC Special Fund to the Department of Revenue General Admin Special Fund to Sales Tax Fees Fund. Transfer from the Secretary of State to the Help Mississippi Vote Fund. And this was just it was $623. We were swapping out some funds that were left over and moving those. Transferring $10 million to the Outdoor Stewardship Fund from the General Fund, creating a Coronavirus Lost Revenue Fund, a Maintenance Project Fund. Again, the capacity language for the Maintenance, Capacity, and Infrastructure Match Funds through MDOT. Also the Emergency Road and Bridge Fund. This also allows for certain expenditures for the last year of supervisor's term and references deficient bridges. The concern about supervisors that are in the last 6 months traditionally have not been able to commit to certain projects, but we're giving them authority as it relates to these deficient bridges. This also includes an application fee collected under grant programs to be deposited to the public utility staff, and this is for the broadband expansion and accessibility fund that was created in House Bill 1029. It redefines municipality under the Mississippi Main Street Investment Grant Fund, transferring $2 million from CapEx to Rural Fire Truck Matching Assistance Fund, and this act shall be effective July 1, 2022, with the exception of the funds that were being transferred for public utilities for the Broadband Accessibility Act. That's an explanation of the conference report. I'll yield for questions if there are any.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions.
If none, I move adoption of the conference report.
Oh, we do have questions now. Senator
I yield.
Branning. Senator Branning, do you have a question?
Yes, I do, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Branning?
I yield.
Senator
Just
Branning.
very quickly, on the monies going to the Emergency Road and Bridge Fund, I wanted to be sure the language made it in there that indicated that MDOT was not to apply for that money and those to be left solely for cities and counties for application.
Yes, I'm told by Corbin.
Thank you.
Trusting our budget analyst. Thank you.
Senator Horn, do you have a question?
Question.
Do you yield, Senator Horn?
I yield.
Senator Horn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Hobson, so is this all of the coronavirus projects, special projects that we're passing this year?
You mean ARPA funds?
ARPA funds.
ARPA funds. Either this bill, we've got one more transfer bill to come, and I think some of that's in the other transfer bill that includes all the projects that have otherwise been identified by Senator Polk, with the exception of the one that he's going to take up again here in just a little bit.
And do you happen to know what that other bill number is?
The one that he'll be taking up?
Yes.
3064,
Okay.
I believe is the number. Let me double check that. 3064? 3064.
And can you talk a little bit about the CapEx funds and the projects in those? I know that bill's not before us, but can you talk a little bit about that? Are we going to get a list of those a capital expense fund allocations?
Yes, that will be in the subsequent bill that I will ask Senator Harkins to handle at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
There's some CapEx that's been put throughout in various bills, but kind of we've already talked about, I don't want to belabor this point, we've already talked about a significant amount going to roads and bridges,
right?
A significant amount going to DHS computer, another significant amount going to our various schools, all three levels of schools, and so and I'm forgetting one other big category right now, but I think I've covered all that before. And so any projects that have not been covered will be in the bill that Senator Harkins will handle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Horn.
Senator Hickman, do you have a question? You pass. All right, seeing no other questions.
I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator requests use of the morning roll call for adoption of the conference report. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present use of morning roll call as voting aye. Conference report's adopted. Senator Hobson.
As we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 28 on today's calendar.
Suspend the rules to go to item 28 on today's calendar. Any objections? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move, let me make sure we've got, hold on one moment. Thank you. I ask that we adopt the conference report and you recognize Senator Polk to explain.
Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too am sorry that this is taking so long. I know everyone wants to get home. We recommitted this bill this morning, and after conferring with the House conferees and our own, we have made a change in the bill, and that's found in Section 5. We have added this line: further, as a condition of receiving and expending funds appropriated under Section 2, the entities shall be subject to audit by the United States Department of the Treasury's Office of Inspector General and the Mississippi Office of the State Auditor. I believe through our questioning, some people were concerned that we would be able to track the funds, make sure they were spent appropriately under ARPA rules. This should solve that problem. The other thing that we need to remember is this. This body 2 years ago passed appropriation from the CARES Act for the exact same amount of money for private K through 12 or independent K through 12 schools. We passed it. It was unique times. So the precedent has been set to do this. We have not changed anything in the section that reflects about the private universities and colleges. And many of you know that many of our private universities and colleges received funding through CARES Act and now are receiving it here. Many of you are graduates of those schools, and many of you have those universities, colleges in your districts. So that is a change that we have made to ensure that the funds are spent appropriately and wisely, and it is not new ground, it is ground that we have plowed before. The reason this is in the bill is after negotiating, if you'll remember, when we sent our bill to the House, it only included universities and colleges private. It did not include independent schools, K through 12. But in negotiating with the House and listening to their needs and their wants, this was certainly included into this bill. So if there are no questions, I'd like to use a morning roll call for passage.
I have a couple. We have a lot of questions. So, Senator Sparks at Senator McConn's desk, please. You have a question?
Yes, question, Mr. President.
Do you yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The precedent that was set was that we spent CARES Act money in the private schools. Is that?
That's the precedent that we saw 22 years ago.
And that money was not for infrastructure, correct?
That is correct.
It was for cleaning and for PPE and things of that nature. Is that pretty accurate?
CARES had a very wide range of specifications that the money could be used for. Currently, today, this is more of an infrastructure. And as we know, private, independent K through 12s suffered a lot during the COVID epidemic, just as our public schools did. And so we want to make sure that they have some ability to improve their conditions.
And I understand that. The CARES Act analogy to me, I believe I remember the precedent being set because COVID didn't know if it was in a private school or a public school. We were trying to stop the spread of a pandemic, and so gloves, PPE, cleaning solution, all these things that the majority of that CARES Act money was spent on was for pandemic times, which we don't see right now. But I just want to make sure the two issues are not blended. This is for infrastructure. This today.
Yes, and what you've got to remember is certainly, I would think, the amounts that were given to the independent schools during the COVID crisis and with CARES Act money, we must remember there were a lot more expenses than that reimbursement. And so it does affect infrastructure and the ability to independent schools to be able to continue to educate over 40,000 Mississippi students.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Turner Ford, do you have a question?
I do.
Do you yield to Senator Turner Ford?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, it's a point of parliamentary inquiry. Since this conference report attempts to provide funds to a private or private institutions, what is the type of vote that is required? Is it a majority or is it a 2/3?
Hold on. Council says it's a majority vote, Senator. Okay, Senator, I'm sorry, I thought you sat down, we're through. Senator Ford.
And so is it the ruling of the chair that Section 69 does not require a 2/3 vote when we are giving public funds to private institutions?
Does not, Senator.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Derek Simmons, you have a question.
I do, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Simmons?
I do.
Senator, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. I'm trying to follow Chairman Polk exactly what we are doing here. And I think in your presentation, you indicated that the Senate position, when this bill was considered earlier in the session, only dealt with Section 1. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so before we left for lunch, the concern in the chamber that caused you to recommit the bill, was that concern about Section 2, removing Section 2 or amending language to Section 2?
I'm recommitted because I felt like that we needed to work on Section 2 again, which is exactly what we did when we went to Section 5 and added the audit process to it.
Okay, and so at that time, your concern was trying to save Section 2 or amend it in a way to bring it back before the body, but not at all remove Section 2? I'm just trying to be clear.
I think I answered your question previously, but it was the intent to try to make sure that the monies were very well spent from the from the private universities and colleges and the independent K through 12s.
Okay. And to Senator Sparks' point, are you appreciating the difference between what happened earlier in this deliberate body regarding trying to combat the pandemic and what we did regarding sending money to private schools versus what we are doing now regarding infrastructure needs?
As I told Senator Sparks, I think everyone suffered during COVID-19. A lot of money was spent that hasn't been reimbursed. And the ARPA funds that we have can be used in this manner for infrastructure at independent K through 12s and independent private universities and colleges, in an attempt to make sure that everyone is made as whole as possible. With a little bit of help that we can give, that we do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hickman, do you have a question?
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Hickman?
I do.
Senator Hickman.
Senator Polk, in your explanation of this third conference report, you talked about Section 5. What exactly does Section 5 do?
Section 5 is where the conditions for receiving and expending funds are granted, and also the tracking of those funds and how we will audit and make sure that they're spent appropriately.
Now, you said ranking. Is it? What was the first thing you said it does?
As a condition of receiving and expending the funds, it's the way we get the funds to the Department of Finance and Administration, and then tracking to make sure that the funds, after being received, are audited and are spent appropriately.
So does the Department of Treasury not already have the authority to audit entities that received ARPA funding?
They do.
And so
what we're adding is the ability for the state of Mississippi and its auditor to also track the funds.
So prior to now, our state auditor couldn't audit entities that receive money appropriated by this body through ARPA.
This makes it very clear that now he can.
So basically, Section 5 does nothing that is already done.
Except that it adds the auditor for sure to ensure that he can audit where there won't be any question. Now understand this, the auditor of the state of Mississippi will only be able to audit what the ARPA funds are spent on. They will not be going into the business operations of any of the independent schools.
And so it puts so Section 5 puts no other regulation on these independent schools other than what arguably could have been done already.
Arguably.
So thank you for your work on this, but I don't think this does much change to the bill that we had before us before now. Thank you, Senator Polk.
Senator Blunt, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Blunt?
I do.
Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Polk. Is there a match requirement for private schools to receive money under this?
There is no match requirement for private universities or colleges or independent
K through 12s. So if a city wants to get any money from the state of Mississippi to repair its failing water systems for the citizens to drink, there's a match requirement, and there's no match requirement for the private schools of the state to get money from ARPA. Is that what's before us?
That, and also water associations does not have a match program either.
Right. So, no, the rural water associations do not, but I'm talking about the city systems under the bill we passed this morning.
I understand that, and that's why I was just being clear that the water associations do not have a match. The others do.
City water systems have to put forward a match in order to get any federal money through this legislature, but the private schools do not have to put forward any match at all.
Private schools, unlike our public schools, did not get any ARPA funds, so it'd be hard to them to match ARPA funds with ARPA funds since they didn't get any.
Right.
But yes, cities and counties all got ARPA funds, some many millions of dollars, and so they're able to be matched with ARPA funds.
Thank you.
Okay, see no further questions. Senator, make a motion.
Move that we adopt the committee conference report using the morning roll call. I'm sorry. Morning roll call.
Thank you, Senator. Senator requests or moves that we adopt the conference report by use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Have objection? Call the roll. Yeah, call the roll.
Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Polk, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Barnett, Barrett, Blackwell, Boyd, Carter, DeBar, Delano, Hill, McMahon, Parker, Parks, Seymour, Sparks, Suber, Wiggins, Williams. Voting yes or yay: Barrett, Blackwell, Branning, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Harkins, Hobson, Johnson, Kirby, McDaniel, Michelle, Moran, Polk, Seymour, Sojourner, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, and Younger. Voting no or nay: Barnett, Blackman, Blunt, Bryan, Butler 36, Butler 38, Frazier, Hickman, Horn, Jackson, Jordan, McCon, McClendon, McMahon, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sparks, Thomas, Turner Ford, and Williams.
Senator Parker, for what purpose?
To the vote to announce a pair.
You're recognized.
Senator Boyd was here, she would vote no. I vote aye.
Please record the pair. The conference report is passed by a vote of 25 yeas, 21 noes. You recognize, Senator?
Mr. President, I make the point of order that the conference report has failed, requiring 27 votes and failing to receive 27 votes.
Hold on.
Anybody need to change their vote?
Senator Bryan, your point is well taken. It requires a majority of the votes of those elected, which would be 27, and only had 25. So, Senator Hobson?
Yes.
The
Thank you,
conference
Mr.
report has failed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 20 on today's calendar.
Senator moves that we suspend the rules on today's calendar, item number 20. Anyone object to this procedure? All in favor say aye. All
Aye.
opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. I move to adopt the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the DFA bill, and this is traditionally, we've actually got the separate transfer bill that's coming that Senator Harkins will handle, that's going to have what Senator Horn questioned earlier, but this is typically the bill that we would have some things around the state that we include, museums, other projects around the state. But this is not exactly that bill, but it does have some of the major issues that we try to take care of. The total budget for DFA this year is $579,844. The general fund portion is only $36,996,312. This includes the following capital expense projects that were included. $350,000 for an ag theft building, $725,000 for East Jasper School District. This included a mistake on their MAEP accounting, and they were zeroed out, so this will cover that expense. $350,000 for a NeoGov application for DFA to help them to streamline some services and also to make them more efficient. Also $7 million for the Singing River Healthcare Workforce Program, $7 million for a program at Gulfport Memorial for pediatric training with the Gulf Coast Community College and the Gulfport Memorial Hospital and the University of Mississippi, $3 million for the USM Reed roof repair, $5 million for the Encana project up in the Tupelo area, $4 million for the Northern Gulf Aquatic Food Research Center for Mississippi State. Also $10,500,000, including these two projects. One is a new, I think I mentioned this, Mississippi Delta Community College has a men's dorm that's in really terrible shape. I mentioned that parts of it are even roped off that you can't utilize. That's the only men's dorm they have on the entire campus. We've got $7.5 million for that, and also $3 million for Holmes Community College because of the tornado damage that I mentioned yesterday, I think. This also includes restoring some vacancies that have been cut, increasing general funds, $1.125 million for contractual services and for increased utility costs due to inflation. All of our buildings in the state, DFA manages all of our state buildings, of course, and as we've seen all that rise, it's going to cost more to fund that. Includes salary progressions, includes the SEC square compliance. We had the health insurance premium increase, and then also the following items that were funded through special funds, which were IHL capital improvement projects, community college IHL capital improvements projects. Keep in mind, this is bond, all the bond money that we traditionally do, and the R&R money. So it's a substantial amount, and we're not doing any debt this year, no bonds. So it's $85,570,000. Community college fund, which is $35 million. State agencies, buildings, $35,250,000. And $222 million in the local improvements project fund. That's an explanation of the conference report, and I will yield for questions if there are any, Mr. President.
Okay, are there any questions? See no questions,
If
Senator.
no questions, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator moves for adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is adopted. Senator Hobson.
I'm checking to see if the next bill has been filed yet, Mr. President, so I can take it up. Mr. President, just by way of update, I think we've got two bills that are still pending. One is the bill that I mentioned Senator Harkins will handle, and that has not been filed yet. The second bill is the DHS bill that has been recommitted. And so if we want to, if you've got other business that we can take care of in the interim until we get a
We do, Senator.
check on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Fillingane. Senator Fillingane, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move that we suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of House Bill 1719 and House Bill 1758 in block. These are two suffrage bills I would like to present, if we have a moment to do that.
Okay, Senator Fillingane moves that we suspend the rules, go to House Bill 1719 and House Bill 1758 in block. All in
Yes, sir.
favor? Well, anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Fillingane.
If I could be recognized to explain the two bills?
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. So 1719.
Do we need to read?
The titles?
Yeah,
Sure.
yes, sir. We need
Thanks.
to read titles first.
House Bill number 1719, suffrage, restored to Angela Porter Williams of Amite County. House Bill number 1758, suffrage, restored to Latanya Woodson of Warren County.
Senator Fillingane.
To make the usual motion on this? I would like to make the usual motion.
Senator Fillingane makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Fillingane.
Thank you, Mr. President. So 1719 is a bill to restore the suffrage of Miss Angela Porter Williams of Amite County. She was convicted back in September of 2006 in Pike County of the crime of embezzlement, and these were of private funds, not public funds. And she was sentenced to serve 6 months of house arrest and then 5 years of probation. She was released from probation after serving her sentence on March the 18th of 2007 and discharged from probation completely on June the 23rd of 2008. All fines and restitution has been made, and she's had no further issues. Similarly, House Bill 1758 is a bill to restore the suffrage rights of LaTanya Woodson of Warren County. She was convicted on October the 8th of 2010 in Warren County of embezzlement, again of private funds, not public funds, just so we're aware. And she was sentenced to serve 3 years of probation, which she did. She was discharged from her probation on March the 7th of 2016 and has had no further issues with the law. These are the two bills before us. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? I don't see any, Senator.
If no questions, I'll move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Senator moves adoption by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator McDaniel present, Senator Sojourner present. Okay. Senator McClendon present, Senator McMahon present, Senator Whaley present. Whaley is no. I'm sorry. Senator Blackwell, present. Senator Chisholm, present. Senator Suber, present. Senator Seymour, present. Senator Tate, present. Anyone else? Senator Branning, present. Anyone else? Please, let's see. Where are we? Please read those off that are voting no or present.
Voting present, Branning, Tate, Chisholm, Suber, Seymour, McDaniel, Sojourner, McClendon, McMahon, and Blackwell. Voting no, Whaley.
Seeing no other noes or present, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Those have passed. Senator Moran. Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 40 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title. Oh, you will suspend the rules. Suspend the rules. Go
Thank
back
you.
to item number what, please?
40.
40. Suspend rules. Go back to item 40. Anyone object to this procedure? All in favor say aye. All opposed no. Ayes have it. Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask you to recognize the Vice Chairman, Senator Moran, to handle the nomination.
Thank you, Senator Blunt. Senator Moran.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we're just simply here to approve the governor's nomination of the reappointment of Major General Al Hopkins Sr. to the Mississippi Gaming Commission. With that, I move that we confirm this reappointment by the use of the morning roll call.
All right. Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, use of the morning roll call has been requested for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Blunt, no. Anyone else? Senator Hickman, present. Senator Norwood, present. Senator Frazier, present. Anyone else? Senator Thomas, present. Senator Jackson, present. Senator Jordan, present. Anyone else? Okay. Senator Butler?
To the vote, Mr. President.
You recognize Senator Butler?
Since the board was here, she vote no, I vote, she vote aye, I vote no.
Senator Frazier?
Oh, there we go.
Pass the thumb. Thank you. All right, so seeing no others, Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Confirmation is confirmed.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Do advise and consent.
Do advise and consent.
Thank you. Yeah, it's confirmed, Senator.
Thank you.
All right, now, Senator Polk, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess, subject to call of the chair.
Motion to stand in recess, subject call of the chair. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Stand in recess. Senate come to order, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of House Bill number 1611.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. Read the title, please, Mr. President.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1611, Appropriation Human Services Department of.
I move adoption of the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the Department of Human Services bill and budget. We went over this yesterday. It's one that I recommitted today. We needed to remove, I'll be happy to go back over everything, but we needed to remove, we had a $1 million appropriation to the North Mississippi Connect that needed to be removed, and everything else is the same. Final action on it's $1,813,744,598. General fund $74,189,899. Any questions?
We have a couple, Senator. Senator Seymour, do you have a question?
What item is this and on what calendar?
You yield, Senator?
Yes, I yield.
I'm
This
sorry.
is item 40, I think, on 30 on yesterday's calendar.
Yesterday.
Okay. All right. Senator McMahon, do you have a question?
I do.
You yield, Senator
yield.
McMahon, for a question. Senator McMahon.
That organization happens to be headquartered in Lee County, Mississippi. And was there an issue with that, Senator?
Yes, there's an issue that's brought to our attention, and so I think after some discussion with the appropriations chair and others in the House, that it was thought best not to fund that organization at this time and take a look and see what kind of work they're doing over the next year or so and see if it would be suitable for an appropriation.
Is that a House position?
I think it's a joint position. It is a joint position.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
All right, there's no further questions. Would you like to make a motion, sir?
The motion is adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator, move we adopt the conference report by the use of morning roll calls. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. Mr. President, I ask that we hold item 28 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 3064.
Read the title.
Senate Bill number 3064, Appropriation Additional DFA for the MAICU Grant Program ARPA funds.
Senator Hobson.
Mr. President, I move that we reconsider the vote by which this item failed.
Senator Bryan.
Mr. President, earlier this session, in a similar procedural situation, I was informed by the desk that I needed to move to suspend the rules to call up a motion to reconsider in this circumstance. So if we're about to vote, does this require a 2/3 vote or a majority vote?
Let me check with legal counsel, Senator.
without a two-thirds vote because of this exact situation, except that I was misinformed by the desk, and I just want to be consistent.
Senator Bryan, according to legal counsel, regardless of the previous instruction, counsel has researched this question on the motion to reconsider, where we've now entered the motion to reconsider calendar. Therefore, we are on the motion to reconsider, and the suspension is not required.
Well, Mr. President, I believe we were on the general calendar because there was an item on the general calendar that I had waited hour after hour after hour to vote on. And upon seeing on the YouTube channel that matter was pending, I literally flew up the stairs 3 steps at a time, got here, and y'all had already recessed subject to call. So I'm fairly certain that my memory about being on the general calendar is correct. That being the case, how are we now on the motion to reconsider calendar?
Okay, Senator Hobson. According to counsel, I've recognized Senator Hobson already to make a motion. So it's Senator Hobson.
Mr. President!
I can hear you, Senator. You don't need a mic. But please turn his mic on.
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
in exactly the same procedural posture, I was misinformed. And if the ruling of the chair is that Senator Hobson was recognized to make a motion or enter a motion to reconsider, and that upon entry of that motion, that's currently pending business, that's one thing. But Mr. President, the reason I keep asking these questions and trying to be clear about this is a procedural situation which occurs over and over and over again. And it has always been my understanding, because we got in several years ago, got in this quandary, that if a motion to reconsider was entered, that motion could be called up and the motion tabled, or we could reconsider immediately when that motion was ended. And it not only does it have nothing to do with being on the motion to reconsider calendar, it is for the express purpose of the procedural posture that I think we're in right now, which is we're not on the motion to reconsider calendar, and we will have ourselves in the procedural quagmire, which potentially we're in now, where you got to have a 2/3 vote to do something. And I thought this had been resolved years ago, and I think it is important to have a clear-cut ruling about how this works.
Senator, we did have a clear-cut ruling, and I had already called on Senator Hobson to make a motion. So, and I think you made the motion.
The motion was to reconsider the vote by which Senate Bill 3064 failed. And that is the motion.
Okay, all in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
He's already called for that. Yeah, he said the ayes have it.
I know that, but they asked for division.
It's already called for.
Hold on. All right, the chair was not in doubt. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think you've heard the discussions and the arguments from Senator Polk earlier as to the reasons, and I think one of those, obviously, the language had been changed to include the auditor provisions. It also, as has been stated, about the fact that this is similar to the CARES Act 2 years ago, and also the funds that have been provided to the other schools for health and safety reasons, and to make sure that we have proper facilities regardless of where our students go to school. So I'm going to urge you to vote for Senate Bill 3064, Mr. President. Thank you.
Senator Hobson, do you yield the podium or you take questions? Senator Sparks, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Sparks?
I will yield, but I will state that if it's technical questions, I may call on my vice chair and the subcommittee chair for ARPA funds to handle the
Senator
details
Sparks.
of those.
I don't think it'd be very technical. It's the same bill we just voted on an hour or so ago.
Correct.
Okay.
And can I just make sure that it was recommitted originally, language changed for the auditor purposes, but it is the same bill that was voted on prior to our recessing.
Okay, and if my desk mate were here, Senator Boyd would, I'm sure, have some marvelous questions for you, but she had to go to the University of Alabama for her daughter. So I guess I have a point of inquiry for the chair, that if my desk mate, Senator Boyd, who was here earlier today and had to leave to attend something for her daughter in Tuscaloosa, is not present on this vote because she was present earlier today, will she be voted in the affirmative?
If it's use of the morning roll call, she will be.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. No other questions. The motion?
Motion is adoption of conference report 3064.
Use the morning roll call?
Yes.
Senator moves that we adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Call the roll.
Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler to 36, Butler of the 38, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Polk, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Boyd, Hill, Jordan, McComb, Parks, Seymour, Sparks. Voting yes or yay. Barrett, Blackwell.
Hold on, Senator Sparks, for what purpose?
To the vote.
You recognize to the vote.
If Senator Boyd were here, she would have voted no. I vote aye.
To accord the pair. Anyone else? Okay.
No. Ma'am? No.
To the vote, I would vote aye.
Voting aye. Senator Blackman, what'd you say, no?
Okay. I got it.
Needing 27 votes and having 30 ayes, 17 noes, the conference report's adopted. So someone had we'll go to announcements at this time. Senator Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've been wanting to do this all day long, but Senator Harkins has been such a busy person on conference reports. Is he here now? I saw him a minute. He pops in. Today's his birthday, and I want to wish him a happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Senator. What? Senator McDaniel for announcement. Okay, Senator Hobson. Who's over there? Oh, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Announce adjourn in memory at the proper time.
You're recognized.
Thank you. When we adjourn, I would like us to adjourn in the memory of the mother of my law partner, Andy Taggart. Andy Taggart's mother passed away last night, Jeanette Taggart Grantham. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McMahon for announcement.
Yeah, upon recess, local and private's going to meet. We're not going to, it's nothing controversial. The city of Mobile wants to join Mississippi. We just need to meet, get that out here on the floor.
Okay, Senator Poe.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Hold on. Wait a minute, a little quick. Senator, not quite yet. Senator Hobson, you're recognized.
Oops. Mr. President, I move that we suspend the rules to go back to item 20 on today's calendar.
Suspend the rules, go back to item 20 on today's calendar. Any objections? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank
Senator
you.
Hobson,
Ask the title be read.
please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3045, Appropriation, Finance, and Administration Department.
Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to seek unanimous consent to make a change. And I want to remind everybody, I told you as we were rushing to get through these bills, there were going to be some corrections. This is in the DFA bill that we just passed just 20 or 30 minutes ago, and there was an incorrect calculation on the total number. And you hate to sound like this is trivial, but it was $448 $1,583,532. It should have been $461,583,532. They left out two projects that were included in the bill, but they just weren't added on the calculations. So my motion is to seek unanimous consent from the body to make that change.
Any objections? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Technical changes have been made, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hobson.
We're looking for one bill that's been being filed right now. You want to do it? 5 minutes?
Okay. I think he was joking, that's fine.
The ones over here. Yeah. We're about to go. He's got it.
We're going back. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is going to be to suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 31, House Bill number 1353, which I believe is the last bill on the calendar.
Item 33.
Motion to suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 31 on today's calendar.
31. Senator Hobson requests to suspend the rules for immediate consideration on item 31 on today's calendar. Any objection? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator
I ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1353, budget process. Bring forward various sections relating to.
Senator Hobson.
Mr. President, before I make my motion, I've been thinking for the last couple of days that, as all of you know, the bond bills have, all the bond projects have been put into appropriations bills this year. So I've been thinking that Senator Harkins is going to owe me a beer after the session since I've been doing all the work in appropriations. But the fact is the birthday boy has been doing a ton of work, and he missed his birthday recognition, Senator Michelle, a few minutes ago. So this is our last bill, and we're going to let the birthday boy, to whom I will grant a beer tonight after we finish this, the ability to handle this last bill. So my motion, Mr. President, is that we adopt the conference report and you recognize Senator Harkins to explain it.
Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been given a handout, but the bill does more than the projects that are on your list. This is a transfer bill. It transfers funds from capital expense to create a IHL Capital Improvements Fund. Section 2 creates a community and junior college capital expense improvement fund. In Section 3, it creates a state agency's capital improvement fund. Section 4 transfers funds to create the Department of Finance Administration statewide repair and renovation fund for $10 million. Section 5 transfers funds from capital expense fund to the local government and rural water system improvement revolving loan fund. Section 6 transfers funds from capital expense fund to Mississippi Community Heritage Preservation Grant Fund. Section 7 transfers funds to create a water pollution control revolving fund for matching federal funds through the Clean Water State Revolving Loan Fund and Infrastructure Investment Jobs Act. Section 8 transfers funds from capital expense fund to the Mississippi Dam Safety Fund. Section 9 transfers funds from capital expense to Dade County Erosion Control Fund. Section 10 transfers funds from a capital expense fund to ACE Fund with MDA. Section 11 transfers funds from capital expense fund to the Mississippi Site Development Grant Fund, $40 million. Section 12 transfers funds from the capital expense fund to the Mississippi Business Investment Fund, $10 million. Section 13 transfers funds from capital expense fund to the Mississippi Major Economic Impact Authority Fund. Section 14 transfers funds from the capital expense fund to the Economic Development Highway Fund. Section 15 transfers funds from capital expense fund to the Mississippi Industry Incentive Financing Revolving Fund. Section 16 transfers funds from the capital expense fund to the Main Street Investment Grant Fund. Section 17 transfers funds from capital expense fund to 2022 Local Improvement Project Fund. Section 18 transfers funds from the State BP Settlement Fund to the Local Improvement Project Fund. Section 19 transfers $7.5 million to DFA to create a fund for projects within DFA. Section 20 creates the IHL Capital Improvement Fund. That's where all our IHL bonds are going. Section 21 creates the Community College and Junior College Capital Improvement Fund for projects. That's the ones we do for our community and junior colleges. Section 22 creates the State Agency Capital Improvement Fund for projects described. And Section 23 creates the Department of Finance Administration statewide repair and renovation fund. Section 24 creates an erosion control repair fund. Section 25 creates a 2022 local improvement project fund. That starts on page 21 of the bill, the conference report, and goes through page 62. That's where all your capital expense projects are located. 26 creates a fund to be distributed, dispersed by discretion of MDA. And then Section 27 creates a fund for the Mississippi Community Heritage Preservation Grant Fund. Section 28, a building fund for the arts. Section 29, Site Development Fund. And those are the sections of the transfer bill. Obviously, the projects that are in here are between the House and Senate. You can look through the list of projects. I won't read through all of them, but that is a list of all the capital expense projects. Obviously, there was a lot of projects that CapEx used this year to do a lot of things, whether it's the ERBR, accelerating maintenance and capacity projects, and through different agencies and stuff that we've plussed up and taken care of. So that is a list of the transfer bill. I'll yield for any questions.
Are there any questions? No questions.
Seeing none, I move adoption on the morning roll call.
Senator moves adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator McClendon, no. Seeing Senator Branning as present. Anyone else? Seeing no others, please record all others with other use of morning roll call as voting aye. Okay, we'll go to announcements again. Senator Simmons, for what purpose?
A motion, Mr. President.
Can I have a motion?
Yeah, I move that we recess, subject to call the chair.
Senator moves, we stand in recess, subject to call the chair. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Stand in recess, subject to call the chair. That's the shortest one you'll ever have in this chamber, I can assure you. Any other announcements? Any other announcements? On behalf of the Lieutenant Governor, I'm sure he didn't tell me to say this, but on myself as well, we sincerely appreciate each and every one of you. I know I do, and he does as well, for all the hard work that you've done and all the help that you've been this year. We have Senator Hobson. Did you wish to be recognized?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Thank you very much, and I apologize to the staff, our great staff, that I didn't recognize them earlier when I was at the well, but I know the entire staff worked so hard here in the Senate, and you recognized them earlier today, but I have to say a special thanks to the budget staff down with us, Corbin Stanford. Y'all know Corbin just does an amazing job working crazy hours to make sure this is done. Also, Mr. President, a few other people. I don't see Christy Ishii. She's down on the second floor, but Christy, I can't tell you the late nights, and we do it because we love it, but the late nights that Corbin and Christy, and also I want to recognize Micah Stewart. Many of you know Micah, the senior page who works down on the second floor. Micah's last day is today. He's going to be going to law school. And I think maybe Senator Bryan, he may be up at UVA in law school. So Mike has done a fabulous job. Please thank them when you leave. And I want to thank Ian. Of course, we acknowledge Jeff today for his years of service. But you know, so many people, Becky, when we deal with the finance and approach stuff late in the session, I mean, we're here sometimes till 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, and they do yeoman's work. So I just wanted to make sure that we acknowledged the work that they did and make sure we put our budget together. And I thank all of the members for the patience that you have. It's a difficult and crazy process. Leanne, thank you too. Now that you're neutral, we can thank you. But we're so blessed to have such a wonderful staff and so many good people with which to work. So I just wanted to acknowledge them, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no other announcements, I think it might be time for the man of the hour. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have friends at Ole Miss, and they begin a good cheer with, "Are you ready?" So I'll ask this body, are you ready for this motion?
I believe they are.
Mr. President, I move the Senate adjourns until 10 a.m. Wednesday, April 6th of this year, at which time the Journal will reflect that the Senate will meet and adjourn until 10 a.m. Thursday, April 7th of this year, at which time the Journal will reflect that the Senate will meet and adjourn until 10 a.m. Friday, April 8th of this year, at which time the Journal will reflect that the Senate will meet and adjourn until 10 a.m. Saturday, April 9th of this year, at which time the Journal will reflect that the Senate will meet and adjourn until 10 a.m. Sunday, April 10th, 2022, and recess until midnight, at which time the Journal will reflect that the Senate stands adjourned sine die at midnight in accordance with HCR 89 as amended by HCR 90.
Woo! Thank you. Oh, yeah. You have heard the long motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate stands sine die at the Dady Gate.